Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third Thursday workshop for this month. Our topics will be fencing and pasture poultry. Again, welcome this beautiful day we have here in Frankfurt. My name is Edwin Chavous, and I am the Small Farms Outreach Training and Technical Assistance Coordinator here at Kentucky State University. What we normally do is just give some general announcements before we actually start the program. Next month, we will have our beef cattle workshop at the Bluegrass Stockyard in Lexington. We normally start about 6 p.m. You're all welcome to attend. At this time, we're going to have Ms. Joni Nelson that's going to come and give some additional announcements.
Sorry, I was hiding in the back. No. My name is Joni Nelson, and I've been at KSU since 2011, and I manage the small-scale farm grant that we have here at Kentucky State University. Has anybody heard of it, used it? All right, great. It's up to $5,000, and when it comes to poultry, what you can do, you can get some brooder houses, different things like that. Sometimes we've done fencing, small fences, those movable fences, waterers, things like that, and that's under the food insecure category. So if you're in one of the food insecure counties or you sell into one of those counties, you can get the $5,000. We also have several other categories. We have organic, aquaculture, value added, and agroforestry as well, that you can get up to $5,000 in. You can see me later about this. We have a $500 grant, so if you want to do any educational conferences or workshops coming up, you can get up to $500 under that grant too. I have a few flyers here with me, and I have a lot of information online also at www.kysu.edu/SSFG. So you can find out more information there as well. I also want to invite everyone, September 7th, we're having an ag roundup on campus by the Atwood building. It's from 11 to 3, so put that on your calendars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. So at this time, we're going to have our first speaker, Ms. Angel Wills, that's with Happy Hills Farmstead, raising all types of poultry. So at this time, let's give our undivided attention to Ms. Wills.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I click this to the next one? Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Angel Wills, and we own a small 48-acre farm in Olive Hill, Kentucky. We raise specialty meats, including rabbit meat, quail meat, pastured chicken, and pastured Thanksgiving turkeys. And I thought a fun way to kind of introduce myself and get you guys to know me would be to answer this question. What do you want to be when you grow up? So I know this is something we all get kind of asked when we're little kids, right? And when I was young, I was very ambitious, and I didn't want to be just one thing. I wanted to be 4 things. I said I wanted to be a nurse, a teacher, a truck driver, and of course a farmer. So to start off, me and my husband, we have 11 children. So although I'm not technically like a certified nurse or anything, I have definitely done a lot of nursing. So I feel like I could check that off on my list. And then I've been homeschooling our children for about, well, over 20 years actually. So even though I'm not like a certified teacher, I feel like I could check that off on my list too. I did marry really young. I was like 17, and by the time we had our third child, my first marriage, it didn't work out, so I got divorced, and I was a single mom for about 4 years. And during that time, I decided, why don't I follow that big childhood dream and be a truck driver? Why not, right? So I did. I went to truck driving school. I got my Class A CDL, and right around that time, I also met my current husband. We got married, and we actually worked for the same trucking company. We both had our own trucks, but we got to travel together. We did all the same deliveries, so that was really cool. Then about 6 months into that, my husband was up on my truck adjusting something. I think it was my antenna or something. And he went to climb down, and he actually fell. His ankle rolled, and he fell flat on his back onto like it was like a gravel parking lot. And he was like severely, severely injured. He was bedfast for like almost 8 months. So with me having to take care of him and the 3 kids, and then by that time baby number 4 was on the way, I decided that truck driving was probably not the best choice at that time, so that ended that. But I did it, and I was glad I did it. So anyways, that brings me to the last point, is the farming. So my husband's injured. Over about the next 12 years, his injury just kept getting gradually worse and worse and worse. And finally he got to a point where his doctor just told him flat out, you're permanently disabled, you can't work anymore. And so, that was kind of hard, going from him being like the kind of person that would work 60 hours a week, to provide for his family, and then not being able to work at all. It was difficult. So we decided at that time to take the family and move to Olive Hill, Kentucky, which is where he grew up. And the area we were living at the time was where I grew up, which was up in Ohio, kind of close to Dayton. And the population where I was from was like around 200,000. And then when we moved to Olive Hill, the population was like 1,500. So it was like big culture shock change. But I absolutely loved it, and I still do. So we came here to live a slow, quiet, peaceful life. And it's really, what I really like about living here is people are just so friendly. Neighbors are actually neighborly and help you. The Appalachian hillsides are beautiful. I love it. And so my talk today is kind of about, if this city girl can do it, the farming, you can do it. Anybody can do it. Okay, let's see. So before we actually started the actual farming, we decided to do, the homesteading first. Like I said, I was a city girl. I didn't know anything about livestock. I had never seen a chicken up close, a cow, nothing. So we moved to Kentucky, or Olive Hill, Kentucky. We got 2.5 acres of raw land. If you can kind of see these two pictures side by side, see the tree right there, and then the tree right there. This is actually the same view. It's 2 different pictures, about 6 months apart. So we actually had to go in with chainsaws, hatchets, everything, just to like carve in our driveway. And then we put in this tiny little 12 by 32 shed that we turned into a cabin. And at this point in time, we had 7 kids still at home. So yeah, we lived in a tiny house with 7 kids. It was still, even though it was hard, it was something that we never regretted. So the first thing we did was gardening. Like I said, I had never farmed or anything like that. I never had even had a garden before. Well, except for maybe one time when I was 10, I planted a corn seed. And I grew this one big, tall corn stalk, and I was so excited. It grew all summer. I thought I was going to have corn, and I guess what I didn't know then that I know now is corn is not self-pollinating, right? So it never grew any corn. But anyways, you can't really see, but behind that, behind the camper there was a hill, and that's where we put our first garden. It was, I'm doing this because of the lighting, sorry. It was excavated land, so there was like literally no soil. It was just pure dirt, and it was a hill, like I said. So I went to my handy dandy Pinterest and I looked up how do you garden on a hill, and I found out you could do terrace beds. So we made like all these little stair-step looking garden beds, and we actually had to go into the woods and get some mulch and leaf mulch and some topsoil out of the woods so that our plants would grow. But they did really good. And then after the gardening, we got our first egg-laying chickens. And the first little egg that we got, oh my gosh, it was like Christmas morning. Everybody was screaming and yelling. It was so exciting. And then after that, we did meat rabbits. Now everybody thinks, breeding like rabbits, that rabbits are so easy to produce, but it actually took me about a good 2 years to get good at producing meat rabbits. And that's actually our main enterprise of our farm today, is the meat rabbits. And then we did ducks. Oh my gosh, I loved raising the ducks so much. That tiny camper there again that you can see in the picture, I actually turned that into a hatchery. I built 6 incubators from scratch with igloo coolers, and I was incubating like every duck egg I could get. We had 6 ducks, that's what we started with. And for about 2 years, I was actually the Olive Hill duck lady. I would go downtown and sell ducklings, so that was fun. And then we started raising quail, and quail are great beginner livestock for anybody wanting to get started. They're small, you could raise them anywhere. They're great for meat and eggs. They're very prolific. So anyways, the 4 years that we started here was really a time of learning, growing. We did all the reading, the YouTube videos, and all that. And it was also a time of grief and healing. And the reason I say that is because, like I said, my husband lost his ability to work. And, there's a grieving process with that. It was hard to accept that, And then also my husband, when he was 17, like I said, he grew up in Olive Hill, and he joined the Marine Corps, and he had an abusive dad, and he swore he would never come back to Olive Hill ever, But shortly after joining the Marines, he got a phone call that his mom had died. He was like 18 years old. So he actually did want to come back to Olive Hill later in life, to deal with that issue. Sorry, I'm getting kind of nervous. Also, if I cry, I'm sorry, but crying's okay, right? During our first year here at the homestead, we lost our 2 oldest sons. They were 21, and then 6 months later, we lost our 26-year-old son. So being able, to go out into the woods and into the garden and, to deal with the animals, it was very, very therapeutic for me, very healing. And I hope this story just kind of encourages everybody, that you can do it if I can do it. Okay, enough about that sad stuff. Okay, so we decided after, about 4 years of doing the homesteading and learning everything to go ahead and do that farming thing. And our first enterprise was pastured chicken. Now, ambitious me, again, like my childhood, I decided to raise 500 birds my first year. Could anybody guess how many meat birds I had actually raised until at that point? Any guesses? What? 50? No, I had raised 5 meat birds for our family. So I would highly suggest, if you want to get started in pastured poultry for the first time, to start slow and small, so you don't get overwhelmed and want to give up. So at the ripe old age of 46, I became a farmer, one of my childhood dreams. I had heard about the Kentucky State University small-scale farm grant somewhere. It was probably Joni Nelson at a farm conference or something. So I applied for that, and we got the funds to, which, by the way, I don't know if anyone here is part of that program, but I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to Kentucky State University. You really have helped our family, to get started in this. And I tell everybody about it. I've got friends and neighbors that have gotten the grant and stuff too. We got the funds to make these field pens that you can see here, which I found out later was designed by our very own Steve Skelton. I didn't know him at the time, but he designed those. They're awesome. They're easy to move. You can stand up in them. They're nice and tall. So we built 3 of these pens. We got the electric netting to go around them for predator control. Now, we were still at that little 2.5 acres at this time, so this is actually our neighbor's field, who very graciously let us use his pasture. But in the picture, behind you is like a gate where we would take the pen in, and then we would move it every day down that hill until you got like, let me see, how's this, you probably can't see, way down there, there's another gate, and by the time the pen got to that other gate, it was time for processing, so it worked perfect. So you can see it says I actually produced 450 birds our first year. Well, what happened was before I got to my 500, my freezers were stuffed. That's why I'm saying it's better to start out small. We did sell them eventually, but I had never even been to a farmer's market, which is kind of sad, but I had never sold it once. I wasn't quite prepared for that. The other thing, like the hands-on experience of actually doing this is where you really, get your learning. And the next slide is a tiny bit morbid. It's not horrible, but I just want to warn people when they get started in poultry, especially if you're doing Cornish cross chickens, there will be loss. This is something I don't think I was quite prepared for, how much loss there actually is. So don't get discouraged, it happens. For me personally, these are some things that we did wrong. Watch out for overcrowding your birds. You don't want to overcrowd your birds in your brooder, but also you don't want to overcrowd them, at the feeders and the waterers, because if you don't have enough feeder space and they're overcrowded, they're going to be crawling all over top of each other, scratching each other, which is, going to ruin your meat. Also, the wrong feed. Make sure you're using the proper chick starter. I have lost so many birds to using the wrong feed. Keep an eye on their temperature, especially in the brooder. If they're too cold, they're going to be all huddled together and piling on top of each other. And if they're too hot, they're going to be panting and going away from your feeds or heat source. And if they get too cold or too hot for too long in the brooder, that's going to really stunt their growth even later on. Now, the top picture there, this thing is weird. Okay. Anyways, the top picture, you can see it. What had happened there is we had taken some birds out to the pen, and then it was like really, really cold, like unusually cold that night, and they had all piled on each other, and they literally squished each other to death. And then something to look for, especially with the Cornish cross, which, by the way, if you're going to do pastured poultry for profit, I highly recommend the Cornish cross. They're the most profitable birds. But in the middle there, this is called water belly. I don't know the science behind it specifically, but I just know that if, these birds are genetically made to get really big, really fast, and sometimes their heart just can't keep up with it. And so, their body cavity starts filling with fluid, this yellow fluid, and it's called water belly. Like that, the bird on the middle left there, you can just see it's like really dark. The red stuff is really dark, like purple. And even its eyes just don't look right next to the healthy bird there. So the water inside of them starts pressing on their lungs, and they can't breathe right. They don't get enough oxygen, so they turn purple. And, the picture on the right, you can kind of see the same thing where it's getting filled with fluid. So if you do start seeing that in any of your birds, you want to cut back on the feed. That means they're either getting too big too fast, or, if it's really hot also, they can't handle eating a lot of feed when it's really hot, because digesting the feed causes heat also. And then last but not least, sometimes, honestly, it's just bad genetics with these birds especially. The bottom picture, our very first batch of meat birds this summer, or this spring, I got 150 birds, and they were in the brooder doing great. And then literally just within a few days, they started growing, their bodies started growing, but their legs didn't. And like, they literally had no muscles in their thighs and legs. So by about 4 weeks, I had lost all but like 10 of these birds. And I called the hatchery, and apparently it had happened to some other people too, and they gave me a full refund, which is pretty unheard of at 4 weeks. And then once you get the birds to processing day, these are just a few things to think of that, you know, that, like the top picture there, you don't want to overcrowd your birds when you're taking them to the processor. Don't think you can just take like 50 or 100 birds and stick them in your truck bed. That does not work. They'll like climb all over each other and hurt each other. You actually have to put them in crates. Now, we didn't have actual chicken crates when we first started, so we just used whatever we had. Make sure you withhold feed. We always load up the night before just because we have to leave so early. Make sure you ask your processor their policies in advance, because you don't want to get there and then turn you away because you forgot to do something that, you know, that they asked. This was the processor we used. We got started in 2020 when COVID happened. I really wanted to use the mobile processing unit here, but it was closed. And I do highly recommend the mobile processing unit. We use it every year. Steve Skelton is awesome. We love him. He's helped us and our family so much. He's helped me teach my kids, you know, giving us lots of tips and tricks and stuff like that. Okay, so after we did the chickens for a couple of years, we decided to go ahead and do Thanksgiving turkeys. Oh my gosh, I love raising turkeys. The turkeys are like just so personable, and they're real docile. They're easy to work with. I love turkeys. Just a couple of things to think about them. Again, the proper feed. Turkeys have to have at least a 30% game bird feed starter. If you don't give them that, like if you just give them a chicken starter, they'll die. Ask me how I know. They do require a lot more heat than chickens, not temperature-wise, but for longer periods of time. They're just very sensitive to cold. They're very sensitive to being wet also. You want to keep them super dry. Now, if they get wet for a little while, they might be okay. If they get cold for a little while, they might be okay, but if they get cold and wet, they're pretty much dead. They also require a lot more space. Like, even though they look like a little chicken chick when they're born, they grow super fast. And they need more space in the field also. You can see I've got these ones in electric netting. So we still use the same pastured pens like we do for the chickens at night, but then we let them out during the day. We day range them. And turkeys, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but you have to show them how to eat. If you get your turkeys in the mail and put them in your brooder, and they're all sitting right here, all happy, and the food is over here, they'll just look at it like they're dumb. You have to actually show them the food. And then I wanted to put a little plug in for Valley of the Moon turkeys. This is where we get our turkeys every year. They are a great, great small company, super healthy birds, and great, great customer service. I love them. And then if you do use them, let them know I sent you. Okay, here's a few pictures of the turkeys. The little baby poults there, like I said, as soon as I get them from the hatchery or from the post office, I'm holding them. They're really sweet. They actually will think you are their mama. And then they don't fit in chicken crates, so we did have to put them together in our truck bed for the processing. And then here's like one of our first birds that we processed at the processing unit here. I was so proud of these birds. That was our first time. Okay, and then the next thing that we raise is the Coturnix quail. Again, with quail, you want to make sure you're using that proper feed, the 30% or more game bird starter. This year, I incubated 300 eggs from Southwest Game Birds. They were beautiful, big eggs. I had like almost a 70% hatch rate. It was unheard of with shipped eggs. And they were doing great in the brooder. And then over the course of the next week, they started getting weak and like their wings flapping down. They couldn't walk, and then they started dying. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what is wrong? And come to find out, I was giving them the wrong feed. And I knew better. I've been raising quail for years, so, just a dumb mistake. Most people do the jumbo quail for meat and eggs. I do personally like regular quail just because they're real hardy. They don't have vent prolapses like the jumbo quail do. They do grow and reproduce very quickly. You can get a batch of eggs, incubate them, in about 17 or 18 days, you've got chicks, and within 8 weeks, they're laying eggs, and the roosters, all your extra roosters are ready for processing for meat. So then you have your breeder set ready to go, and you can reproduce as many as you want, over the next, every 3 weeks or so. The nice thing about them too is if, say you don't have a farm or you don't have land, they're still easy to grow. You can grow them in your backyard, your basement, garage, whatever. And then last but not least, I wanted to mention that they do, unfortunately, love to find dumb ways to die. You want to be careful about their feeders. If you're using like a chick feeder that has like a little, the little holes, like the chick feeders, they will climb in there and get up into the feeder and die. Your waters, you want to make sure that the water, even if it is a quail water, you still want to make sure that there's like little pebbles or marbles or something in it so they can't actually get into the water because they will drown. And then just real quick, I want to introduce my son, Josiah Wills. Whoops, I went back, sorry. He wants to talk to you just a little bit about his farming enterprise, which I'll let him tell you about that. And then I'll be back for questions.
Thank you, Mom. Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Josiah. I raise worms. I'm also the main caretaker at the farm, so I do most of the butchering as well at NPU. And I am Mom's 9th child. Yeah, 9th. I've gone to the NPU a lot of times. I love it. Steve taught me how to butcher. And I've always heard about Third Thursday Fang. I really wanted to go. But of course, we never had any time since we were butchering. That takes a lot of time, and you had to get them in the coolers and send them home. But first time I'm going, I'm actually speaking for it, which is pretty awesome. So usually, when I'm talking about worms in my workshop, I go into a lot more detail, but I don't have much time, so I'll keep this very, very short and basic and simple. So let's get started. There are 2 major types of soil biology: aerobic and anaerobic. Aerobic is what you want. It means that there's enough oxygen in the soil to, for all of the microorganisms and things in it. When you have this, you can have good biodiverse soil with everything you want, the nematodes, the bacteria, the fungi, predators, all that is what you need. However, anaerobic means that the oxygen in the soil is used up faster than the soil can take it in, so everything is suffocating. It is not good. Anaerobic environments are like swamps, wetlands, compost piles are anaerobic environments, manure heaps, all anaerobic. It's usually wet, hot, and smells. And then worms live inside anaerobic. And in a very basic sense, for the average farmer, anaerobic is bad, aerobic is good. But worms live in anaerobic environments, and then when they eat the anaerobic stuff, they turn it aerobic, which is what you want with tons of cultures, microorganisms, and everything. So they can make very good fertilizer from things like paper, cardboard, waste, spoiled foods, all that. Fertilizer 5 times more potent than topsoil even. It can also be made into worm tea, was what it's called, you might have heard of it. It's worm castings and water with molasses to feed the fangs inside the worm castings. It is an organic pesticide. It can cure things like root rot or tomato blight. It can vaccinate against all diseases by helping with our immune system, and just helps the soil out. And you can make all of this from waste that you can actually get paid to take away. You can take away waste from farms or other places like grocery stores, and then you can turn it into something which you can sell for more than $1 or $2 a pound, which when you're doing a lot, that is a lot of money. I'm confident worms can do a lot for the US government and economy. if people like research facilities or governments started developing and researching facilities for us. They can team up with recycling centers, landfills, or even farms that don't even use all of our waste. And then we can do that and eradicate the organic waste that goes into landfills, eliminating a lot of methane emissions. We can improve the economy by making jobs and significantly increasing the circularity of the economy by reducing waste. And they can increase crop yields per acre and make it sustainable. It can really help with sustainable agriculture. This might even be a way to replace nutrients lost in topsoil erosion too. Not to mention it's free. You can get paid for it. Now usually I'd go into a lot more detail about all of this, but I have not much time, so oh crap. I don't have much time, so I'll turn it back to Mom. Thank you.
Isn't he awesome? We're so proud of him. Okay. So I just had a few pictures left of our, like our little baby ducks. And we did, on our farm, raise some mini pigs for fun. There's Josiah with our Nigerian dwarf goats. There's a rabbit that's hay stashing, getting ready to build a nest to have babies. That's one of our daughters, Glory. She is our main wrangler. Whenever something escapes, she always catches it. And there's just some of our ducks. So that was about it for me. I hope I encourage somebody that if this city girl can do it, anybody can do it. Is there any questions or anything? I'm sorry, what? Oh, thank you. It was my first time doing a slideshow presentation. I was a little bit nervous. Thank you. There's our contact information if anybody wants it. Do I just leave this here then?
Let's give Miss Wills and her son another hand. At this time, we're going to take a short, about a 10-minute break, and then I would ask that everyone please come back and we will continue. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break. Thank you. Well, we're going to continue with the program. And next, we are delighted to have Mr. Andre Barbour, Barbour Farms, and he will be telling us the good, the bad, the ugly of poultry raising and farming. At this time, let's give our undivided attention to Mr. Barbour.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I was a little late this morning, right before I got off work. I'm a deputy sheriff from my hometown, and 30 minutes before I got off work, I got called out to 65 for a mental medical issue, so that's what threw me off, so I'm a little late this morning. But like Mr. Chavous said, I'm Andre Barbour from Hart County, Kentucky, which is about 2 hours south of here. Born and raised on the farm. Farming is almost pretty much just about all I know, just about. So I'm a little different when I do presentations. I mix it up every time. So today is going to be a lot of pictures. There won't be no writing, so everything I say will just be coming straight from my mouth. So if there's something you need me to repeat or whatever, let me know, because I think we got plenty of time before lunch gets here. So it's going to be me before the lunch. So we'll try to watch our time and make sure it works out just right. So before I got getting into poultry, we was always a tobacco farmers. We're still dairy farmers, hog farmers. We still are hog farmers, and beef cattle. We've always done, growing up, we did what you call a standalone crop, where we did cucumbers, pimento peppers, and bell peppers as a cash flow for us to have our school income. So we did that for several years, and pretty much till I have 7 brothers and sisters until most of us were in college. We got away from that, so we started focusing back on our dairy, beef, and tobacco. So when I got into vegetables back in 20-some years ago, early 2003, I think it was 2002 or 2003, we started on produce, and we did produce for about 5 years. I've always been connected with Kentucky State University because my brother Michael Barbour used to be an area agent for Kentucky State University. So with early 2010 or 11, I met Mr. Skelton. We were going these trips to the SAW conferences, and if anybody's listening to Mr. Skelton, you can talk the entire 10-hour trip or whatever you're at, or whatever you go on. So on these trips, he got to talking about poultry. It was me, my brother, and one of our other friends, Mr. Jewell. So we got to talk about chickens on these trips, and so Mr. Skelton he ended up with a grant to where we could build these portable pens here. These movable portable pens out in the field. So with Mr. Skelton's help and the grant, we was able to do several of those. We started off with 1, and then we worked our way up to 3 of those movable pens. The picture that you're seeing now is when we first started. Started in a little acre, probably less than an acre, probably about the size of this room, with those movable pens. So after we talked to Mr. Skelton, got us chickens. We started off with 100 chickens. Then after we got the 100 chickens, while we was growing, the NP unit was being implemented. It was pretty much already here. They just had to get all their health and regulations taken care of. Once they got that taken care of, he got us trained on how to process chickens. So once we got their certification on processing these chickens, we brought them up here, 2 hours in a truck, leave at 4 o'clock in the morning. Supposed to have been here at 7. We get here about 8 o'clock-ish. There's always something holding us back, so we got our chickens processed. So, and ever since then, from that forward, we've just been growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. Now, the good and bad and the ugly. I don't know where you want to start, so we're just going to pick one. We're going to leave the good for last, so let's start with the bad and ugly first. The bad and ugly, the first one is the cost. And the main cost in this is pretty much your feed, depending on if you're going to do it, I guess you call it naturally or normally or organically. Organic feed, depending on where you're at, you're looking anywhere from $750 to $2,500 a ton. And our area is a little bit cheaper than it is up this way just because it's a different location, different area, and different needs. Now, with the price of the feed, you'll have your processing. If you don't have a group of guys or have enough workers to where you can come up and utilize the MP unit after you're trained, you just can't come up here and use it. You still got to be trained and certified, correct, Steve? You still got, okay, so after you get trained and certified, you can still come up and use the MP unit. That is the way to go if you can do it. It's a whole lot cheaper. It costs you about half of what it would cost you to have it processed at a USDA facility. And for here in Kentucky, it's got to be USDA processed before you can sell it to any of your customers. There is ways around that, but I'm not going to talk about that because I don't want to get nobody in trouble. We'll have to talk about that off the air. But to be legal to where you'll stay right with the regulations and your health, people there in your county, it's just best to go ahead and be certified or get USD processing facility. There's not very many. There was several when we first started this. Now in my area, I keep hitting that. In my area, which is more western central part of Kentucky, we have one in pretty much Todd County, Fairview area, and then there's one at Crab Orchard. I always say Crabtree. Crab Orchard. That's the one I use because it's a little bit closer to me. Process these chickens range anywhere from a whole bird to being cut up anywhere from $3 to $5, depending on how you want it done. That's as far as up here in the northern part. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be a little bit more. Everything northern seems to be a little bit more costly than it is in their area. As far as processing, you get if you start getting them cut up, it costs more to have them cut up per bird. That's where you're getting your higher dollar range. One of the other uglies is the weather. This is a brooder pen. In the wintertime, it's fine doing these in your brooder house. If you got this is double insulated. This building here was part of a cost share grant here from KSU as well throughout the years. It's double insulated from the walls to the roof to the ceiling and in the floor. So I have, I don't know if there it is. You can see we built these as well with Mr. Skelton. This is probably 3 years after we did the pens. So these are boxes. I think they're 4x4s. And then we have two of the heat bulbs pointing inward toward each other on the sides. It's electric running there, so I run the electric pretty much the entire first week that we get the chicks in the winter time. You also gotta make sure you have a little ventilation. You can see right there in the back, we have a window right here that I can keep cracked open, and then up at the very top of the eave, there's also a ventilation that you can control to keep the humidity down, the moisture down, but want the temperature just right. This building we have here, we can do up to 200 to 400 chickens. I like to keep it around 200 or 100 per half. That makes it easier to control the temperature, the moisture, because once the sun hits during the day, it doesn't take long for it to heat up inside, and it doesn't take long for moisture to set in. As far as summertime, it's harder to keep. It's easier to keep it warm because you got natural heat from outside, but it's hard to keep it cool. There is 2 ceiling fans inside. I also keep a box fan on the end to keep the air moving. During the summertime, this time of year, I don't like to raise do anything in the brooder from 1st of June or middle of June till about the mid of August. I don't do any. I won't start my next batch of chickens till after mid-August. After losing so many chicks during those process, to me, I was losing money. It's a lot more time consistent, a lot more laborious and time consuming, especially if you have another job, a daytime or nighttime job, and you don't have somebody to go in there between 10 and 3 to regulate the temperature inside the here, the moisture. You can come back home and all of them be turned upside down. Wintertime, it's not as bad. When I say wintertime, the late winter, not the early, I just call it the spring winter, the late winter from October to January, it can be tricky, but it's still manageable. As far as being out of the brooder pen, the summertime, if you don't watch them daily, they will topple over. The main thing for the chicks in the summertime outside on pasture is water is more of a concern than it is feed. If they don't have water, clean water, around the clock, you can pretty much count a chick loss or 3 or 4 week old loss just about every day. Because with the heat that's outside and the heat that they produce amongst themselves in the pens, in the movable pens, they can get up to 100 degrees in those pens with the tarps on or the covers on them. Unless if you have the electric fence that you want to put around them. I don't know if you saw it earlier in my pen. They can get out in a little bit on their own into the air or environment, let them spread out. That is one of the ways that you can keep from having so much loss. Same thing in the wintertime. During the mornings, you want to open it up. At night, we kind of cover both ends just a little bit, but leave enough at the bottom to where air can still get in, but we cover it at night so they can stay warm because they will produce enough heat to stay warm. But as soon as that heat hits during the day, around 10 o'clock in the wintertime morning and the sun shining, you need to go outside and remove the tarp and let them get out and roam. This right here, we have it's hard to tell, but there's one 5-gallon bucket. I have another 5-gallon bucket on this other corner on the far right side. We try to keep anywhere between 5 and 10 gallons a bucket of water per pen. I try not to do I usually try to stay between 50 and 75 birds per pen. Those pens are 10 by 10. And we're seeing that you don't want to really go much bigger than that, especially if it's just a one-man operation. You want to try to stay in that because those are heavy. On these pens, we tried this one, and we actually started out with the Joe Salenton pen. But in the meantime, we had both the Joe Salenton pen. If anybody knows what I'm want to say, the Joe Salenton pens. That's where they're more rectangular pens and they're lower to the ground, and you can't walk inside. It's pretty much you're bending over. You got to feed water, bending over. You got to catch your chickens for processing date. You got to bend over. Versus these hoops, you can walk in, gather them up, put them in your crates. Those Salenton pens too seem to break easier because it's more wood, it's more material, it's a little bit more heavier, and when you start pulling, they easily pull apart in the corners. It's a good design, but it could be designed a little bit better. But if you have the material laying around and that's what you have, you can go that route. But the hoops to me is the best. The Joe Salenton pens are also flat on the top, so when it rains or snows, you will have issues, you will have breakage, and it will fall apart because of the weight. So if you're trying to pull ice and snow and water 10 feet to get the pen in fresh grass, that's a lot of weight that you're pulling, plus the waters and feeders that you have hanging from it as well. Versus the hoop, the ice, the water, it will shed off. You might have to help it shed off at times, but at least it will shed off. You don't have to scoop it off. One of the other bads is the cost of chicks. You can pay anywhere from $1.39 to $1.59 to almost $3 a chicken. The more chickens you buy, the little better rate you get. I noticed that most producers of poultry hatcheries, once you start getting over 200 to 300, you start getting like a 5 to 10% discount. I've tried over several years. I started doing chickens in really got big at it in 2012 or 2013. I used anywhere from Pennsylvania to Oregon to California chicks, and doesn't matter what you pay for them. One thing's for sure is whether they're cheap or expensive, they will die. So for ours, you think you're getting a better quality chicken if you're paying more? That's not necessarily true. It really boils down to knowing the hatchery and how the hatchery is produced to make sure the hatchery, I guess my say has a good bureau standing, Better Business Bureau standing. One of the hatcheries that I'm lean to now that I pretty much order from is out of Georgia. It's called Bob's Biddies. He's close. They pretty much he's pretty close on price of chickens. They used to be the cheapest, but they went up. But this is because because of shipping. Everything else is going up as well. But I still use him because they're only like 6 hours away. It usually takes 1 to 2 days for us to receive them. And they're good about replenishing your chicks. If you get your shipment in and die within 1 or 2 days, they're good about either crediting you some money back, or next time you order, throwing extra chickens to replace those. I really love Bob's Biddies because they're more of a mom and pop's hatchery versus when you get to Moyers or Myers and Foyers, all them hatcheries. They're bigger co-ops and they're all about the money. Now, just because I say I use Bob's doesn't mean you have to, because it may be a longer shipment to you to up here. So that's another thing you need to take in hand. The shorter the shipment trip, the better off you are. The quicker you get them to you, the better and healthier the chicks will be. The chicks, they say, can. Was it that? That one there, 2 things happened. There were more in the low bottom. Wait, let me make sure. No, this one is a predator issue. I'm hoping I got the other one in there too, where it was weather related. See right there? See that big hole? These chickens were going to be taking the process the next day. I had 2 pens, lost all 100 from a predator, and we're still not sure what predator it was. And the thing about it is, they didn't even eat him. They just killed him and left. So 8 weeks, you're gonna go to the processor next day, $1,200 tied up. Well, it was a little bit more than $1,200. I had $1,200 in feed tied up. So at this time, I think these chicks were $1.25 at this time when we were buying them from Bob's Biddy. So you're looking right at $2,000 by the time you count your electric and water, tied up, lost the day before I got to get them processed. So after that happened, I talked to Mr. Skelton. He introduced me to these. I don't know if it's on any of these slides, but when I'm going through, look for this little black box. It'll be somewhere right up in here. It should be on one of these slides, but it's a little black box. It's called a predator box. It's a solar. It gets the energy during the day, and at night it blinks red. And ever since I got that, I haven't had any issues. I don't know if I should say that or not, but I haven't had any issues with predators or any loss since I got those. And I put one on both sides of the pen. I put one on the front and run on the rear. And what I do is I alternate. So if I put one on the front right, I'll put it on the back opposite side, and so it'll be the back left. And the reason why I do that, because if you put them back the same, it just makes it look like it's more than one eagle or whatever you want to call it up in the air. So it looks like it's two different things looking at them. And they do work. And I'm not a person who like to recommend a company, but I bought a 12-pack from Amazon for like $13 2 years ago. So I would go to Amazon, and it's cheaper to buy that many than just to buy 1 or 2. And I'll tell you what, it works. It really does. What was I saying before that? Anybody remember? It'll come back to me in a minute. I think I was talking about one of the pens. Oh, wait, maybe it'll come back to where it was while I was talking before that. But the pens, it really does make a difference on the pens. The other thing with the hoop pens versus the low pens, on the Joe Salatin style, it has the tin on the top, which is half of it. You know, heat and tin is not a good combination when it comes to any type of animals. It doesn't have to be necessary chickens. Tin and heat, and chickens draw heat. Tin, heat, and baby pigs draw heat. So all you're doing is just adding heat on top of heat. With these tarps and the hoops, the tarp doesn't draw as much heat, and it also depends on the tarps that we use were white on the top and black underneath, and they were actually the billboard tarps is what we used. So these billboards, like when you're going down 65, you see these big tarps. There's certain places, like in our hometown, we have a little shop that sells like, you know, your regular farm tools and minerals and fencing supplies and stuff, we got areas from them, and they'll last you for at least 2 seasons if you're taking care of it. And if you're real smart, which where we wasn't, you would take them off at the end of the season and put them up, and they would last you even longer. But for the price they were selling, it was cheaper just to leave and replace it every couple of years. But with that, but with the hoop also is you got more air ventilation than you do with the Joe Salatin profile. I think his was only like 2 feet tall. So when you take something that's like I think his was like made by like a 12 by 12 or 10 by 10, either one, 2 feet tall, and you got 10. There's not going to be much air circulation or movement with one of those versus with the hoop house where I can walk in and I'm right at 6'1", and I can walk in and stand straight up. So that's a whole lot of air movement going through and from the sides. Also on the hoops, let's see if one pops up. We'll get back to those in a minute. But on the hoops, go back. Those tarps, wrong button. We'll get there in a minute. There we go. With these hoops, we have in the summertime made this where they're about halfway up around the hip or shoulder width. There's run a 2x4 down the side on the inside, and you can actually roll the sides up to where the top is still covered on rainy days, but you can roll the side up like on a high tunnel to where even air more can circulate on the sides. That's another benefit of the hoops. And all this was learning through air experience, air losses of chicken, and with Mr. Skelton's help, kind of redesigning the hoop style. With the hoop, you can also make it where you can have doors on both ends or just one door. I like just the one door because if you got 2 doors, that's too many places where you're leaving cracks or leaving access for for predators to enter. Something that I have started doing differently too, if you're like us on rocky ground, hilly ground, hillsides where the ground's not level like it is in here, you will have uneven spaces. I did it again, hit the wrong button. You have uneven, There we go. You'll have uneven spaces like here in the front where the base is or the side of the base. So what we find to do is if you take some of the old leftover wire, hook it, attach it to the baseboard and let it go about 2 feet out all the way around, that also helps deteriorate predators, dogs, even your pets can be your predator. So don't think your little pet dog or your pet cat is going to stay away from them. What's the old saying? If you don't feed a dog, he will eat. They will too. So anything that you can do to help make that secure around that perimeter, whether it be a foot or 2 foot seems to work good. If you go anything a little bit bigger than 2 foot, then it starts to be more trouble moving your pins. But 2 foot seems to work properly, and it'll lay flat, and that'll help you with any extra predators trying to enter or dig underneath and on unlevel grounds. Another thing of the good and ugly, or the bad and ugly, is weather. Rain, being in low bottoms, especially if you have them where you have nettings around your poultry pens. If you see, stop me when you see the netting, if I'm not paying attention. But if you're in a low bottom area, if you've never worked a whole lot with chickens are pretty dumb. They're like one of the stupidest animals that you could probably grow. I mean, when it rains and they're out in the opening, they're not smart enough to get out of the rain. They'll huddle with each other and they'll drown. They don't have enough sense to get out of the water, or if they see water piling up, they want to go drink and sit, and they'll sit there and won't move. And I had one picture of this when I was learning. I don't know if it's in this one, but I had one of, I guess it's probably my second batch in my first year. It was in a low bottom, and I never thought. I was working, and it came a rain and actually started flooding. And the chickens could have got out and moved, but they didn't. They stayed there, and I lost one pen out of 2 pens just because they wasn't smart enough. I don't know if it's not smart enough or just lazy, but I lost 1 pen because they didn't get out of the water where the water was standing. This is the pen I was talking about. And see how I got my pen inside of the pen? This is my perimeter with the electric netting. So I use this, like especially weather days, I'll try to make sure I get them back into a pen when weather's coming, especially rain or snow. Coldness really doesn't matter once they feathered out, especially when they hit that 4 to 5 week mark. I don't really mess with them there to move them inside a pen. But how I do it is, these is 2 pens right here. I don't know if I got an angle where it shows both of them or not. I don't. But this is actually 2 pens, and this is also 2 poultry nettings put together. So what I did was I started at the back of the netting where the poultry net is on the back of my pen. I let the chickens out. I take the feed 10 feet away from where the pen is, so when I move that pen up, they're not actually laying or sitting in their own fecal matter. So what I do is I push them up, that way we're spreading manure more into our pasture fields. So that night when I go to put them up, I'll move my pens up, and I'll put them in, and then when I move my pens up, I'll take the side of this fence, like that post there, and I'll move it to the front part of my movable pen when I move my pen. That way they can't get behind my pens anymore. And the next time I'll move it up to this next pen or post, and that post will go in front of the pen when I move the post up, and then this post will go behind my pen after I move it up. And what I'm doing is I'm wanting to get even manure across my field. And that's one of the bad things too about if you don't have this poultry netting, or if you don't move your chickens enough, being in their own feces is not good. You're gonna have diseases, bacteria, growth issues, high mortality rate. So one day, depending on how many you have in a pen, I don't like to leave mine in that same spot overnight. So once they're in there overnight, that next morning I'll let them up, I'll automatically move my pen. I set my post to where they can't go behind that anymore, because chickens, they like to go ahead and scratch around. If they go back there where they've already messed around, they go back and pack in their own mess, and then what you're gonna have is inner problems because they're eating their own. They don't leave corn and stuff behind like hogs do or cattle do when they pass through their ruminant system. Chickens don't leave like that big kernel or big chunk of corn in their fecal matter like the bigger ruminant animals do. So I want to try to keep them on fresh pasture, keep them from being in their own urine and poop. I think pretty much that covers most of the bad and the ugly. If something will probably come to me in a minute, but now we can talk about some good stuff, some good news. The good news is, hey Joni, can you just go ahead and just run through this? Thank you, ma'am. The good news is you're getting multi-purpose out of this chicken. So when we're talking about the expense that you have in it, when you start breaking that down, it's really not that expensive, because this manure is some high octane manure. It does, you can within 3 weeks we cut another field where I had my chickens at. There's like almost a foot difference in grass height from where I had those chicken pens at and I was controlling that manure versus where the chickens were. The production is better. So when you break down your cost of the feed and what you got into that chicken and what that chicken cost you versus going to I don't know what kind of co-ops y'all have here, like Southern States or Miles or whatever, you go buy fertilizer, you're actually saving money. They're actually helping you out. So what you're putting into the chicken, you're actually getting it back out of the ground. So it's actually a win-win, not a lose-lose. The other good with the chickens is it's a fast turnover rate. This is probably one of the quickest turnarounds that you can get your money back is with chickens. If done properly, done correctly, not taking shortcuts. Shortcuts do not work. Trust me, I done did it, done it. Steve stayed on us that first year when we was trying to take shortcuts. He'd be like, I done told y'all, I want y'all just listen. And we was like, well, Steve, we thought we could come up with something shorter or better or quicker or save a little money. He goes, you're going to think saving money. So when you start adding what you think you shortcut it and you add it up, you actually end up spending more money and actually more time, because taking those shortcuts, for an example, on your feed, you think you can go to southern states or somebody has some bad batch of feed or a mismatch of feed, you take that, feed it to your chickens. If it's not the right proper equal nutrients or protein in it, or if it's something that a chicken really can't digest because they don't have the room in the stomach, you can stunt the growth, ruin the growth, mess the meat up. The meat can be tangy, the meat can be stretchy, it can be tough, and it can be stringy. So you gotta be careful on your feeds that you use with your chickens. The percent that you use, there's a percent reason, there is a reason why there's a percentage in your chickens. And a lot of that percentage also depends on the type of grass that you have your chickens growing on. Ours is our hay fields or pasture fields. So like for my chickens, when we first start them off, I use anywhere from 18 to 20%, but I only use it for that one bag. Once that bag is done, I change up. I don't use that for like 2 or 3 weeks like a lot of universities want you to do. I use it just for that 1 week, and then I go down anywhere between a 16 and 8%, and I use that till the day we process. I don't use 2 different percents. But like I said, it also depends on the type of pasture that you have your chickens on. And once you learn your system, what works for you, then you'll know which one you want to use. But I only use two different percents. The 20% when I first start that first week. And then after that, I'm at that 17 or 16 to 18%. And from my female, I think, was it 18% that Hoover's has? Do you remember? 18%. So those are only 2 I use. 18% from week 2.5, because that bag on 100 will let you right at a week and a half. So from week 2 to week 8, I'm stay with 18% the entire time. We used to change a lot. The other issue that we really ran into was when feeding, you got to keep it consistent. You can't be feeding 50 pounds a day, let them run out, and then skip 2 days not giving no feed at all, because all you're doing is messing with their growth. But what I have learned too, especially this year with feed, is that you can't give them too much feed at one time. If you go out and you see feed all over the place, that's too much feed. Cut back on your feed, let them clean it up. And what I also learned is with feeding, I don't feed inside the pen. I move my feeders out to the field, and then the way you get them into your pen is you put just a little bit in there to make them follow you in. And then once you get them in there, you can let them finish off what you have for that day. But I don't fill mine back up. This year, everybody's bragging on, like they say, this is the best tenderest chicken they've ever had, and that's the best tenderest I've ever had too. Because I think what happened was they just sat and eat and just sat there versus where you let them out, they're moving a little bit and they're exercising. As far as vegetables, we also raise produce. There's certain vegetables, they'll eat any of the vegetables, but there's only certain ones that they like best. But I can't tell you which ones like the best, because every hatchery's chickens are not the same. So you just have to figure out, if you have a garden, you just have to play with what vegetables each your chickens like. But that is also a high protein or any type of nutrients or minerals or microbes that they'll get that they normally don't get. The other good thing about chickens is 6 to 8 weeks, you're gonna make some money back. So it ain't like a beef cow where it takes you anywhere from 12 to 24 months, or even pigs, we raise pigs where it takes you up to 8 months. So 8 month versus 24 months with a bigger livestock, you'd already did 8 to 10 batches of chickens. Because the chickens, you can set up by the time you, how we used to do it was, when I had my brothers and so forth, when they were helping, we'd have a batch going in a brooder every time we moved a batch out into the field. I think one year we figured out that you can actually do, like, was it 1,200 chickens in a season, a normal season that you could do? You can do 1,200 chickens, and the batches of 150, I think is how we did ours. So you can have consistent turnover versus if you do a bigger livestock, it's going to take you longer to return that money. It's going to cost you even more to produce that. The other good thing about with chickens is you can get it set up on delivery dates. The only bad thing about that is, though, you got to have your money to pay for those chickens to be shipped every 2 to 4 weeks. The bad side of that is if you don't do it that way, and if you're not good in with that hatchery, you're gonna miss months without getting the chicks, because everybody now, a lot of these urban home growers and everybody's buying chickens, so that's putting a hurt on these hatcheries, because now they're running short on eggs to make hatcheries, so now it's gonna push you back. So the best thing is to plan during the winter what you're gonna do that following season. Go ahead and get your money right, or go ahead and pay for half your season, get your birds to come be shipped to you every 3 or 4 weeks. And that's the best way to go, because if you wait, do a batch, and then you decide, okay, I got some money to do another batch, you may be 2 or 3 months out before you get that next batch. And that's pretty much with any hatchery. I'm like the hatchery I use, I'm even on a list though, if she has some extra of, like if she has a shipment that's gonna ship out next week, she'll let me know if she has like 50 or 75 or 100 left over. And that helps out a lot, that where you can go ahead and get the ones that she has extra, so you can always stay on that call list. The other good thing about the chickens is they take less space in the freezer. You can fit more in the freezer, especially when you do cut-ups. I know here at the processor, when we process up here, those styrofoams, you'd be surprised how many styrofoam chicken breasts, legs, or thighs that you can actually stack in a 5-foot or 10 or 12-foot cubic freezer. Or even just the stand-up freezers. We use a lot, the stand-up freezer, where you can put your breast or thighs on one shelf, your legs and wings on another shelf, your whole chickens in the bottom. Another good thing about chickens is they'll pretty much, like if you putting the feet out, you know, I was talking about how they'll scratch and just throw feet everywhere. They will go back out that next day and eat that feed, so they're not really a wasteful chicken. But the only thing about it is you gotta be careful what you do, because they will eat that and everything else that's on the ground. Another good thing about chicken is they're good grazers. The right grass, they'll graze, and it will actually, like a good legume grass will help cut back on your feed. But you gotta be careful, make sure you got an even balance on those as well, so they get in the right amount of dry matter, and I guess you call it wet matter or legume matter. Just like any livestock, one animal can still get too much of a certain legume or a certain grass or whatnot. The good thing too, also about using nets on these around the pens, that adds for another predator perimeter. It gives you more control of what I was talking about earlier, more control of or spreading your manure evenly across the field. It gives you easier, when you open that door, when the chickens go out, you don't have to worry about chasing them all over the field or all over the yard. So with that perimeter fence, you know they only gonna go so far. The good thing too also of using the NP unit up here is you can schedule your dates, versus where we use ourselves, where we use a processor facility. You gotta schedule it. If you don't meet your deadline for that schedule, either 2 things will happen. Either you're gonna have them processed small, or they're gonna be too big, because you're gonna have to cancel your cancel your date, and you may be looking at another 3 or 4 weeks before you get anything processed. So you're gonna look at an older chicken and a tougher chicken. The older that chicken gets, after 8 weeks, that chicken meat starts to get tougher and tougher and tougher. And if you're selling to clientele, and you got clientele that's really picky, you're gonna be stuck with a lot of chicken, because once they get a taste of a bad, tough chicken, they won't buy another chicken from you. Now, the other good thing about this is you set your price, and with the processor and the feed, you can adjust your prices, or I just make one flat. I keep my price the same for the entire year, because it seems like it helps customers know what a price is. I've done several different pricings on mine. I've done either about a pound, and I've done it by the package. the package, to me, setting the price for a package seems to works better because it's all a mind thing. If you tell somebody something's $1.99 a pound or $3.99 a pound in that package, to them they see it as a pound, they think, wow, $7. But if you just go ahead and just say $7 right off the bat, they think it's cheap because they don't know the price per pound. So it's like anything, it's pretty much like anything in the vegetable business or whatever business you do with flower sales or whatever. It seems like a set price is always better than a pound. So then saying something about a pound or they seeing something about a pound. So you just got to figure out the mind game for your customers and make it simple for them, because something set price, they'll spend $20 faster by a package than they will be trying to figure out how much is something for $20. The other thing I've noticed too is on the whole chickens, you don't want to get a chicken over really 4 to 5 pounds, because then, depending on your price, would you want to pay $30, $40 for a whole chicken? So if you keep it in that kind of Cornish small price, because in reality, there's really no big eaters anymore. So everything is small portions. So that small bird, one, is going to be tender, but two, that small bird is going to be cheaper, and they think it's going to be, to them, they think it's cheaper when actually it's going to be the same price, whether it's a small bird or a big bird, because it's still the same price per pound. But that smaller bird, seems like most households are anywhere from 2 to 4 people, so that small 3-pound bird is going to be enough for that family, probably in most cases for 2 days, or 2 eatings, in other words, versus a 5 to 6-pound bird. It's a bigger bird, and what happens a lot of times on those bigger birds is people tend to overcook. These type of birds, just like anything that you do on a farm-wise that you raise in a more natural way, it doesn't take long to cook. You don't have to cook it as hard. You don't have to cook it as fast, because once it's done, it's still naturally cooking. So on these bigger birds, they think because they're bigger, they got to cook it longer and cook it hotter. When you don't, you actually just lower your heat and just cook a little bit longer, but slower, and it'll stay tender. And a lot of this you have to educate your customers on, especially your first-time buyers or somebody that's never bought a homegrown farm-raised chicken. Sometimes you have to educate them so they don't mess it up, because if they mess up the first time, they might want to say some choice words to you when it's not your fault. So make sure you express their way of properly to cook. This right here is one of our prices. I forgot I had that in there. This has been my same price since we first started this in 2010 or whenever we started. The only thing I changed was the legs, because I was a little bit, I can't remember what it was. I think I was too low on the legs, but this is the same price I've been using, and it seems comfortable. We kind of got our price down on what our feed is, so we kind of know what our budget and what we got to have is. On this, it goes back to you, what you're trying to do. Are you trying to make a lot of money, or are you just trying to break even, or are you just trying to have something to add to your other products? Of course, we all want to make money, but where is that line at that you want to make money? Are you want to make money to where you're really overcharging the customers and you want to have just 2 or 3 customers? Or do you want a price where you got constant income, you're going to constantly sell chickens where you got a steady flow? One of my cases is, mine's right in between. Mine is that, and also it's an add-on to our produce boxes that we sell weekly, that we deliver to our customers to their houses. So to us, that's extra income and something else added, and that also gains you more and more customers, because the more you can offer a customer, whether you're selling flowers or beef or lamb or pork or fish or eggs, you can offer something else to go with that. That person now is going to spend probably double the money. They're going to tell somebody else, you're going to gain more people. So the more that you can offer to a person other than just one item, the better off you are. Unless if you don't have the facility or the help or labor to do it, then that's one thing. Now, one thing I did mention, I told you to come back to me. I think that's what I was going to go to before we was talking about the predator. Labor on these, it's probably one of the easiest low maintenance that you can probably do. with the proper setup, it may take you a while to do the proper setup on your pens and your boundary or your perimeter. One person can do this twice a day, probably both times, maybe an hour. So each time, well, depends on if you like to go out there and talk to your chickens or sing, or you look at each one of them. But to move that pen, once you get your perimeter set up like that, and that's another reason I got two perimeter pens or two perimeter fences, so I didn't have to move that pen every 3 days, to where I can go 7 days before I can move that whole perimeter. That those two movable pens, I can get 7 moves in that. So those 7 moves, all you're doing is taking your water out there, putting for replacing fresh water, putting your feet in, just moving the pen forward, moving one pen, you'll be done in 5 to 10 minutes. But I also like to look at your chickens, because your chickens will change overnight or daily every couple of days. Some chickens just have a weak immune system from the day that you get them, and you always have a runt. Steve, he used to get on us all the time. Within that 2 or 3 day period of a brooder, or that day that you get them out in the field, and then you still got that one runt, get rid of it, because all you're doing is causing issues with your other flock. Because why? They become bullies. When you got a bully, what do? They want to peck, pick, kick, sit, whatever they want to. So you want to get that one out the way. I can't tell you how to get out the way, that's up to you, but get it out the way of the rest of them, because it will cause an issue with the rest of your flock. And chickens are pretty much like hogs. Has anybody in here ever raised hogs before? Hogs, when they taste blood, what do? They finish what they started. Chickens are the same way. Everybody thinks chickens just like grass or grain. Chickens eat meat. So if you don't know that, you know that now. And once they get started eating, they'll pick the weakest one out until you get rid of that one. They'll pick the weakest one out every so often, and you're gonna keep losing chickens. And sometimes the chickens are your worst predator. So always check your chickens daily too for packing, whether it be on the crown part of the head, or right on the rear end and right around the wing area. If you start seeing sores, either remove that chicken or get it separated, or put it somewhere separate to where he's not the victim, because that one victim is going to lead to more victims. How much more time we got? Because I can go the rest of the day. I'd be that old Baptist person today. Okay, before I say anything else, does anybody have any questions, whether it be for me or what's your name? Andrew.
How do you move the hoop?
Ours is, can you see if you can find the front of one of those? On the top corner, it's a 2x4. We have turnbuckles, and it's a rope. The rope is long as ever have you need it. Mine is pretty long, because when I pull mine, I like to put the rope right here on the crest of my back. So this is the pin. I like to put the rope here, and when I'm pushing, it's actually lifting the front of it up. And if you get that front lifted up, it'll start pushing back easier. We have thought about using the wheels and stuff, but then to me, that's extra work that you got to do, is go around, push the wheels down, then come back around. Then you got to worry about, while you're pulling it, how many chickens going to try to run under. So I like it, because after the first 2 or 3 pulls, when you grab that string, they know what you're going to do. They're already running to the front, and then you don't have to worry about any in the back, staying in the back, or you pulling any over the back. So the first couple of times before you pull, my daughters like to help. Well, some would like to help. But I always put my daughters in the back and just kick the baseboard in the back of the pen when I'm pulling, to scare them forward. And after we do that twice, when I go out there the 3rd or 4th day, as soon as I grab a rope and put it here, they know they're going to get fast grass. They'll run to where I'm at, and all I got to do is pull back slow, and it moves the whole pen. But you can put the wheels on the back.
There's no way we didn't have the wheels like a wheel with wheels.
Right. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Are you taking soil samples after your season in your pastures?
I don't. I just look at the grass and figure out what it needs. The only time I really do a soil sample if we're planting new some type of new grass, or if I'm doing new vegetable production. But as far as the chickens, I don't, because I don't know. I guess after you do something for so long, you can tell by the way your grass grows or what grass comes up. whether it be a broom sage or not, you kind of know what your soil needs. Now, if you're new and you haven't got that technique down yet, then you would want to do a soil sample, because you can get too much of one type of phosphorus or nitrogen or pneumonia in the ground, and you want to make sure you get that even, because if you get too much of one thing, it will lock it up, and then you can mess up your whole whatever crop that you're growing behind it or there with it. But it is best to do a soil sample, and I probably should still do it, but that's one of them shortcuts. Yes, sir.
What's the mortality rate of your chickens?
This year, I got it down to less than, I had started off with 100, and I ended up processing 94. So I got it low this year. And all that's because just the extra stuff that I started doing with the perimeter fence, I just had one predator light earlier for the last several years, then I added the back one, and I added, so got the two on there, the perimeter fence, keeping fresh water was the main thing. Cutting back on the feed, instead of having to have 24-hour feed all the time, I cut that back to where by the time it fell dark, the feed was gone. And just like I was saying earlier, just watching how the chickens are interacting with one another, seeing if anything's being picking on each other, that makes a difference. Yes.
Where do you sell chicken at?
Mine are pretty much majority of my chickens, 80% of them go to my weekly buyers that buy our produce. Then some to family. We have people, random neighbors that stop in and buy it. We used to have to do a storefront. We sold a lot during the storefront, but when COVID hit, we did some reevaluating, and when we seen how much we were spending in rent, utilities, payroll, we changed our mind. It was like, this is a good time to get out of it. So we started focusing back with our regular customers, our home delivery service, and we're looking in the next year or two to start building our facility there on the farm, because those almost 4 years that we had that storefront, we probably could have had a place like this built on the farm. So the old saying, as you build it, they will come. That's pretty true, but you also got to put legwork in it. But if you got a good product and honesty is probably the number one rule in what we do here. You know, if you got something that's not yours, or you're selling something that's not yours, you may think it looked bad by telling customers, but it's actually helping you up, because our customers will, hey, they're honest, you know, just do it. Because if you're trying to take shortcuts, we call it, it's going to bite you in the rear at the end. None. And I think those lights help, because I don't know if they think it's something else, or if they think it's a wolf, or if they think it's a coyote or something. So, we do have chicken hawks, but I haven't had any issues. And even with buzzards, like we have a big thing with buzzards. Like my dad one morning saw a buzzard haul off a 2-week-old pig, just went down, grabbed it, and took off with it. But haven't had any problems with the chickens. But that's the other thing with the chickens. I make sure I get them up and lock them back in the pen. In the summertime, I try to do it around 6 or 7 before it gets dark. That way, it seems like if you do it before then, the predators, I guess it's a mind game with the predators. It's like the predators, I don't think they get tired of waiting, or they don't see them no more, so they gone. But I noticed that before I started putting them up at night, if I waited till dark, it seemed like it was a challenge for them to want something. I can't explain that one, but it always seemed like it worked better putting them up around that 6 or 7 mark before it got dark, like 2 hours before it actually got dark. And I think some of that is too, by that time the chickens are calm and quiet, so they're not making noises and drawing attention. I think that could be the main thing, main reason. Yes, sir. These are Cornish crosses. They're called Cobb 500, and they're out of Bob Biddy's out of Georgia. And honestly, not just because I've been with them the last 6 years with them, they're a better chick from day one. Like, for an example, like most people when they do baby O chicks, they want to do water, sugar, electrolytes in their water. All I do is water and vinegar in that first drinking. After that, I'm just straight water. I don't do any electrolytes or nothing. And then, like when I move them to the field, the only thing I do to the field when I first move them out there, just because it's environmental change and stress, I'll use a probiotic to go in the water for the first 10 gallons, and after that 10 gallons gone, then I go back to straight water. And the only reason I do that is I don't want them to get used to. Those are natural natural microorganism. Only reason why I do that and still just keep giving it to them, because then you start getting to your cost, because that's that little 5-pound bag for $30, $40, $50, that starts adding up into your cost to where I can make that 5-7-pound bag last an entire season or go through 1,200 chickens. On a good day or a bad day? On a good day, there's 3 of us, and it's pretty much family. On a bad day, 1 to 2, or half a person to 1 to 2. But during like peak season, when my produce kicks in, then there's like 2 or 3 part-time. Most of them are like high school or kids that just want to make some extra money. Then their season, there'll be any time between 4 or 5 coming out to the farm and so forth. And then my brother just moved back 2 Saturdays ago, so he's back on the farm. So it's 3 brothers now on the farm. So my other brother, when he gets off his job at 1 or noon in the afternoon, he comes and works 2 or 3 or 4 hours in the garden. And on your labor, just a little word of advice to save you money and time. If you have somebody working for you for more than 4 hours, you're losing money. Point out blank. Because once you get past that 4-hour period with labor or somebody working, they're going to get late, they're getting lazy, they're getting hot, they're getting tired, and you're just wasting your time. So if you tell them you want 4 hours and that's it, and they know that 4 hours, and 4 hours is a good window that they'll do production. They come out really good by that time that 3 to 4 hour rolls around. They're ready to do something different or ready to quit anyway. So why won't have somebody work 8 hours when you can get the same production done in 4 hours? If you don't believe me, try it. You'll be surprised. Same amount of work in 4 hours as you can 8 hours.
Where's your farm located at?
I'm in Canmer, Kentucky, Canmer, Kentucky. East of Murfreesboro. We like to say it's really central Kentucky, to be honest with you. It's central 65, down exit 65 on 65, that's Hart County. And then from there, I'm east of 65. I'm 2 miles from the Greene County line, if anybody knows anything about Greene County. And my deliveries go anywhere from Bowling Green all the way here to Frankfort on Fridays. So we do those boxes that you've seen. On those boxes, you can do egg add-ons, you can do chicken meat add-ons, you can do our pork add-ons. Beef, I usually don't mess with beef too much because it's too long of a process. Even though we have beef, I don't like getting our money tied up in it. So I always use our neighbor's beef just because they've always got some already processed and got booking dates. And those to process a beef, if anybody's never done it, it's not just a couple $100 to get a beef processed. We're talking anywhere from $1,200 and up, depending on the size of the animal to get processed. So you got that $1,200 processing fee you got paid in, and then everything else you got in that. So I don't mess with beef too much. We do it and have it, but I don't make it my obligation. If we got to be ready to process, we will, but if not, we don't worry about it. Our main focus on meats is our hogs and our chickens, and every once in a while rabbits. That picture right there was me and Johnny and Mr. Jewell. We were at Louisville, was it Wave 3 News, for a ag morning talk show. And that was in Louisville, Kentucky. And that was like in 2016, 17. And that was the day I met Denny Crum and got my picture with him outside, so. We're always going somewhere, doing something. And also, before we forget, we was talking about a lot of these buildings that we have. A lot of these buildings were infrastructure through KSU's cost share grants, the ones through Joni that she offers, and also the grants. When I say grants through Steve Skelton, the money that Steve Skelton gets helped us build those pens, and we actually built those pens here, back here in the back on the shelter part. So from time to time, he gets money to do small pens or rabbit cages and stuff like that from time to time, and if it's ever offered, it's a good way to start to see if you like it. You know, it didn't cost you nothing, but it may be time to come up here and build it. But you can't. It's a win-win. I mean, if you don't like it, you can always pass it on to your neighbor to use or try. The whole farm was 150 family-owned acres. So we run everything from dairy cows to beef cows to the hogs, Pastured poultry. We do a hay, corn silage, and then through the course of the year, I do anywhere between 5 and 10 acres of vegetables, being intercropped and recropped through the entire season with 4 high tunnels and a small greenhouse. And we pretty much try to do any of our operation, like on the vegetable side, we try to keep it a size where it still function with 1 or 2 people. We've seen where you can grow too big and you can lose money. Big is not always good. Work within your means and your cash flow and your time. If you can't make time to where it's feasible economically or financially, then you just have to make some changes. And we finally made those changes because we were doing our deliveries in 4 farmers markets. The money looked good, but when you add it all up, it wasn't there. I think Mr. Chavous is trying to tell me something. Yes, sir? Yes, sir. What I try to do, like on crops that deer like, I try to keep them closer to traffic and closer to their house. So like we have a road frontage in front of our house, and 2 of my plots are right on the road, so I'll keep those either close behind the house where there's a lot of people moving, or keep it close to the road where there's a lot of traffic where they'll stay on the far side of the garden. And on the far side of the garden, I usually put something that produces a lot and quick so they can have their share and we still got ours too. And then you can also get lead. Well, I hope I didn't bore anybody too much, and if I did, it's Ed's fault for inviting me, and Mr. Skelton. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbour. So at this time, we're gonna have a break for lunch. I believe lunch is ready. So we're gonna break for lunch. At this time, please go and receive your lunch. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and we're going to continue the program. I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch. Our next speaker will be Mr. Edmond Thompson with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and he will be talking about National Poultry Improvement Plan. So let's give our undivided attention to Mr. Thompson at this time.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Now we're going to talk about regulatory things, so you can take a nap if you like. You can see up here NPIP and Poultry Health from Megan Zinner. I'm not Megan. Megan is our program coordinator. She was unable to make it here today, but she is the one that runs this program. I'm the programs branch manager. I'm her supervisor. Years ago, I held the program coordinator position for a couple of years running the NPIP. I have something in common with Ms. Wills, as I've never done a PowerPoint before, so bear with me as I get going on this. Katie Crump is over here. She's our most recent employee with the Office of the State Veterinarian, and she was kind enough to put this together for me because I'm a dinosaur and I don't know how these things work. The other way. Okay. Also, before I get started, on that back table back there, there's some handouts that have Megan's contact information, as well as a checklist for cleaning and disinfecting poultry enclosures, and a handout on checklists to protect against wild birds, rodents, and insects. All that has to do a lot with biosecurity. You're going to hear me talk a lot about biosecurity because that's extremely important when we're trying to mitigate diseases. And I think I'll also throw it out there that Lori Durham with the egg program is back there in the back if anybody needs any information on raising chickens for egg production. So, so the NPIP, or the National Poultry Improvement Program, was established in 1935. Says 30, but it was in the 30s, 1935, I think, and the goal was to eliminate Pleurum typhoid from commercial poultry. And this is all written out in the Code of Federal Regulations under the USDA. It was originally identified, Pleurum typhoid, in 1899, and back then they called it bacillary white diarrhea, and that was the main symptom. And the chicks, it's passed from the mother down through the egg into the chicks, and it was extremely deadly. And the only way to eliminate it to this day is wiping out the entire flock. So the blood test, there was a blood test developed in 1913, and by the 1970s, most infected flocks had been eradicated. Kentucky is considered a Pleurum typhoid-free state. We still are required, it's a voluntary program, but for the commercial, we're still required to test for them, to test for it. We are the official state agency for the backyard flocks. Kentucky is one of the few states, I think there may only be one or two more, that have dual agencies. The Kentucky Poultry Federation is the state agency for all commercial flocks in Kentucky. Core principle is testing as a means of surveillance to protect the breeder industry and comply with regulations within that 9 CFR 145 Code of Regulations for the USDA, and it is a voluntary program. So it was all based on Salmonella Pleurum typhoid, monitoring for that. That was the entire purpose of this, and that's all it was tested for in the beginning when it was created. Salmonella pleurum infects chickens, turkeys, other types of poultry, transmitted through the eggs. It causes a high death rate in the young birds, and the birds that do survive are infected for life. I just threw this out there. The NPIP started that way, but then they added avian influenza as another program under it. And you can be tested and considered AI clean. We do some of that with the backyard flocks, but we don't have a lot. The main thing, we do this, and you'll see in a minute, If you're in the program, you can more easily move chicks, hatching eggs, birds across state lines, because most states will accept this in lieu of a certificate of veterinarian inspection. Of course, avian influenza is a virus that it affects almost all species. Naturally occurs in wild aquatic birds, and that's how most of it is all spread, typically through the migration period through the waterfowl. It's highly contagious, but does not typically infect humans. So the subparts, the way this is, the program's laid out, is B for egg-type chicken breeding flocks, C, meat-type chicken breeding flocks and products, D is turkey breeding flocks and products, E is waterfowl, exhibition, poultry, and game bird breeding flocks. That's the only one that we at the Department of Agriculture work with. All the rest of them fall under the Poultry Federation. But we also have F, but we don't have any ostrich, emus, or any of those in the state. G is special provisions for primary egg-type chicken breeding flocks and products, and H, special provisions for primary meat-type chicken breeding flocks and products. There's a new one that was added last year or two, subpart J, and what they did is they took the game birds out of E and created their own, so the game birds would be in subpart J. Of course, the purpose is to monitor flock health, improve disease free from movement. 4 months of age and older are tested. They're tested oropharyngeal or cloacal, which means either down the throat or in the rear end, to detect the virus or bacteria, and a blood sample, which is how we test for the pleurum typhoid. We have to take a blood sample out of the bird's wing. So it shows here the pleurum typhoid, avian influenza. Those are programs that have been added since the original inception of the program to monitor for those. We don't do those in the backyard. Some avian influenza, not the mycoplasmas, but the commercial birds can be tested and be in that program. So the requirements for flocks would be general AI sample collection would be sample from each house or pen to represent the flock, sample from each type of species on premises. New participants, pleurum typhoid test, all birds over 4 months of age, and AI sample all birds over 4 months of age or up to 30 birds. So if you got 25 birds, we'll sample every one of them. The pleurum test, the blood test, and the swab for the AI gets done with every annual visit. And then if you were to be in the avian influenza clean program, you would have that swab done every 6 months. We're trying to limit that for cost reasons on our participants, because it really doesn't gain them a lot unless you're moving a lot of birds across state lines, and then you would want to be that, because a lot of states are going to require that. So the first year and second year renewals, you'll pleurum typhoid test half the flock. You'll still do the 30 birds for the avian influenza, or every bird you've got, depending on if you got 25, 25, if you got 60, 30 will be done. Third year, you'll pleurum test a third of the flock, and again, the 30 birds for the AI test. And, and the exceptions are for flocks of 300 birds or more, we would pleurum test 150 birds over the months, over the age of 4 months. And these are just the difference between primary flocks and multiplier flocks. And again, those are in the commercial end of the NPIP. But a primary breeding flock is a flock composed of one or more generations that is maintained for the purpose of establishing, continuing, or improving parent lines. Exhibition poultry, domesticated fowl, which are bred for the combined purposes of meat and egg production and competitive showing, which is what we do. Game birds, again, we do that. Domesticated fowl, such as pheasants, partridge, quail, grouse, and guineas, but not doves and pigeons. We do not do any regulations with doves or pigeons at all. Of course, a waterfowl, domesticated waterfowl, ducks and geese, And a multiplier breeding flock is a flock that is intended for the production of hatching eggs used for the purpose of producing progeny for commercial egg or meat production or for further non-breeding purposes. So the areas to be inspected, this is on a biosecurity. Now, if you were to sign up, if you wanted your flock to be certified, there's an application that's on our website, and you'd fill out the application, you'd submit it to Megan, and when the inspector got your information, set up a schedule to come out and test your birds, there is a biosecurity audit that has to be filled out. It's the areas that are inspected are enclosures, the condition of litter, nests, equipment, surrounding area, nesting containers, separation from wild birds, quarantine area, rodent control, access by visitors and other animals, frequency of cleaning and egg collection, litter and feed storage and handling. On transport, who, how frequently, what, birds or products, clean or dirty, health management, record keeping, mortality rate disposal, diagnostic testing, and the sources of birds and products. And we strongly recommend, if you're in the program, that you buy your replacement birds or any birds, even your new birds, from an NPIP source. I'm not a fan of swap meets. I may get in trouble for saying this, but we have just seen too many diseased birds picked up at a swap meet, taken home. They did not quarantine them, and now their entire flock has got something, typically mycoplasma. Hatchery biosecurity must be kept in sanitary conditions, egg room, walls, ceilings, floors, air filters, drains, humidifiers. All should be cleaned and disinfected at least 2 times per week. Incubator and hatchery room, walls, ceilings, floors, doors, fans, grills, vents, and ducts should be cleaned and disinfected after each set or transfer. Incubator and hatchery rooms should not be used for storage. Egg trays and buggies cleaned and disinfected after each transfer. We don't, in our program, have a lot of hatcheries to deal with. We do have a few. There's a couple that have some really prized birds, and they hatch their own, but we don't have very many of them. So, closer look at biosecurity for the NPIP audit and the NPIP application. The audit's ability to enclose, separate, coop from wild birds and other animals. Again, wild birds is where you're going to pick up a lot of, even if you don't go out to swap meets or anything, there's a vector here that can bring the wild birds can bring the diseases in. A quarantine area available. So when you do bring, even if you buy from an NPIP certified hatchery, you want to bring them in and you want to quarantine them for 30 days at least before you commingle with your other flock. Visitor access limited, recorded, controlled. You never know when somebody wants to come over. I mean, I know the kids want to come over and play with the birds. They may have their own birds. That could be a source of disease. Rodent control methods, rodents are a source. Litter storage and handling, food storage and handling, frequency and routine of cleaning and disinfecting. These are all things that the inspector will be looking for. The application consists of flock information, program participation, Salmonella pylori required. Again, that's what the program was built on. Avian influenza recommended. We were recommending it, but if you're not going to sell birds, you're not going to move eggs, you're not going to move birds across state lines, we're kind of backing off on that because you already get the annual swab for the avian influenza, and it's budgetary reasons as much as anything. Now, if you were to have symptoms of a sick bird, then feel free to call. We'd have somebody come out there and take tests or test them. Agree to comply with all NPIP requirements, and for more information or questions about the NPIP application or biosecurity, please contact Megan at our office. And again, if you want to pick up these packets back there on that back table, they've got her business card in there. So if you want to move animals, poultry across state lines, good luck finding a vet that knows anything about a bird or will do any testing on a bird. There's just very few out there. Most of the commercial houses have their own vets. They take care of that. But this 9-3 is a form that was developed for the sole purpose to be in lieu of a certificate of veterinarian inspection. And if you're in the NPIP program and you've got this 9.3, you can move between almost every, I think probably every state accepts this. And as long as that goes with it, and if you buy from a hatchery, one of these will come with it. But that's basically your free pass to be able to move product across state lines. It says certificate CVI or NPIP 9.3, so that's what you want, and that's a big help in moving birds. The requirements are Salmonella plorum, and then the test dates typically would have to be within, it's good for a year that it'd be in the program, but you put the date on there as to when they were shipping. Hatching eggs and birds under 5 months of age must be from an NPIP flock, and that's an old regulation. We've now brought that in. That was a state regulation. We've now brought it back down to 4 months, which is what the USDA recommended for testing birds. And the commercial birds move between company units, waybill or log sheet. So if Tyson's shipping to Tyson, then that's all they need. They don't need the 9.3. So that's kind of it for the NPIP program. Like I said, we run it out of our office, backyard flocks, waterfowl, game birds. But I wanted to touch, because this was as much avian health as it was the NPIP program, which is what at the state veterinarian's office we're tasked with monitoring. So Mycoplasma gallisepticum and Mycoplasma synovia, we just call it MSNG. It's rampant, it's everywhere. The wild birds can bring it in, you're gonna find it at your swap meets. That's why we've had all kinds of stories of somebody, their birds are getting sick. Well, what's the history? Well, they weren't sick until I went to the swap meet, brought some home. Well, they didn't quarantine, they bought sick birds. We used to actually, up until just recently, if you were diagnosed, and it's a reportable disease, so if we test for it, it goes to the lab, they have to report it to us. We used to either lifetime quarantine on the premises till all the birds died, or a voluntary depop where we'd clean out the entire thing, clean and disinfect, lay fallow, and then you could repopulate. But other states weren't doing that anymore just because, again, resources. So we went with the other. It's like it's everywhere, and we couldn't just keep killing people's flocks. So now if we get a positive, we have to notify commercial industry. If you're within a mile of commercial, they very well may require a depop on it. We're going through that right now with a flock down in Casey County, but they've got that say because they're also in the NPIP program. Otherwise, we just basically give some information, discuss biosecurity again, discuss quarantining any other flocks until such time as these die out. And you can have voluntary, if you want to decide, I'm not keeping these, then you can depop, clean up, and start over again. So MG and MS protocols, they'll always, once they get it, they'll always have it, even if they recover. Some birds will recover, a lot of them die off. It causes respiratory infections in chickens, turkeys, other species. What you're gonna find here in a minute, and most of you, if you've got chickens, you may know this anyway, but a lot of these diseases without testing, you can't discern one from the other. Somebody calls up and says, my bird's eye's bulging out and it's hard breathing. It could be any number of things. So, but the clinical signs are coughing, sneezing, nasal discharge, difficulty breathing, and conjunctivitis. Antibiotics may reduce clinical signs and transmission through eggs, but not eliminate the infection. So, MS most commonly causes subclinical upper respiratory infections. It can also cause exudative tendinitis affecting the joints, resulting in birds that have difficulty standing, walking, and or swollen joints. But it does not affect humans. The egg and meat from infected birds, when properly prepared, are safe to eat. However, with the withdrawal times for antibiotics that had been given to any of the birds must be followed for the infected birds treated with antibiotics. Well, we've had situations where a large flock was raising eggs. We quarantined the flock, so no movement on or off, but we allowed, with a flock plan, they could still market their eggs until the hens basically got spent. And then they depopped them versus move them, because they couldn't move them with the disease out of state anyway. And a lot of these large egg-laying things will take their hens and move them to what's called live bird markets, where they in turn are sold to the public. We don't have any in Kentucky, but there's a lot, some down south, some in Texas, a bunch of them up in the Northeast. So, mycoplasma is small, slow-growing bacteria that weakens the immune system, spreads before clinical signs are seen, and that's why somebody will say, you know, all of a sudden their birds are all sick. Well, it's because they brought in a sick bird, they all got infected before they even noticed any of the symptoms. It spreads from the eggs to the chicks, spreads via droppings or feathers. Cages, coops, and equipment can spread the bacteria. The bacteria can remain long after sick birds are removed. It's a lifetime infection after recovery, if they recover, but it does not affect humans, like I said. So they can be processed if you wanted to go that route. So for biosecurity visits, when our inspectors would show up, if you wanted to sign up for the program, they, for all premises visits, they will be wearing, they won't necessarily be in Tyvek suits. We try to save the Tyvek suits to and absolutely, we're aware there's an infected flock, but we do wear boot covers and gloves. Depending on the situation and whether you would ask them to for biosecurity reasons, they may not even wear a mask. And then we try to leave all of our stuff at the completion of the activities and doffing of the equipment, or the excuse me, the gloves and the boots and whatnot. We try to leave them on your premises. We'll just take them off, put them in a bag, and stick them in your trash can. That way we're not taking anything anywhere else with us. Avian influenza, caused by a contagious virus, 2 pathogenic forms, low path AI and high path AI. There is no treatment or vaccine. Y'all probably hear about this when there's an outbreak in the news, not probably so much low path, but the high path. And typically when there's a big high path outbreak, I mean, we're talking, it can take out millions of birds. So, saw a video, 2017, I think, they had a high path up in Minnesota, the turkey house, and they had a video of, or it was a time span, and that morning, the front of the house, and it followed the ventilation system, the front of the house was lethargic. Lunchtime, they were dead. The middle of the house was lethargic. The back of the house was still active. By the evening, the middle of the house was down. The back of the house was lethargic. And so within a day's time, as the ventilation pushed through the barn, it spread the virus and knocked out an entire house of turkeys. Low path won't do that nearly as quick, and some birds can even live through low path. High path's a different animal. No human infections in the U.S. for the H5 viruses that we are concerned with. There have been issues over in China in the past with humans and birds, but we don't take any chances. If we have to be in a situation like this, we wear our masks and all of our Tyvek and everything. It can strike poultry quickly without any infection warnings. Once established, the disease can spread rapidly from flock to flock. Many strains can cause varying degrees of clinical illness. AI can affect chickens, turkeys, pheasants, quails, duck, geese, and guinea fowl. And it's not limited just to that. The last high path we had here in Kentucky, 22, Fish and Wildlife found a bunch of vultures that were dying off. So it did a number on them too. Yeah, migratory waterfowl are typically where these come from. And it can be, I mean, these commercial houses they're zipped up real tight, and it still gets in them. And these people follow real serious biosecurity, and it can even be in the water source. So it's out there. We're aware of it. If it gets in, I mean, it's pretty deadly. So low path, most are low path, typically cause little or no clinical signs in infected birds. It causes respiratory signs, and but some are capable of mutating into high path. High path is obviously extremely infectious and fatal. These are some pictures of some symptoms. Strike quickly, spread rapidly, extremely high mortality rate. These are the flyways. It's hard to really see that, I think, but we're in the Mississippi Flyway, which is that second one from the East Coast. And so, yeah, Western Kentucky specifically is right in that flyway. And when the birds are migrating, that's whether they're going north, whether they're coming south. If they bring it, if they're carrying it, they can bring it to us. And if you look at the entire map, all these different flyways, the different species go and follow these. It's almost, it's like a habit of how they travel. But they all go to the same area up in the Arctic, Antarctic. I've been out of school a long time, whichever that top one is, above Alaska. And they hang out up there. And they spread it around, and then they come back. So that's why it's so easily spread. Birds affected with all forms of AI may show one or more of the following signs: sudden death without clinical signs, lack of energy or appetite, decreased egg production, soft-shelled or misshapen eggs, swelling of the head, eyelids, comb, wattles, and hocks. And I didn't finish that last slide. These are the pathways that migratory birds spread the disease. They can, through their droppings, just landing in the field. That's why pasture-raised birds are susceptible, because you can't control the birds coming from the air unless you got them netted. And even then, they could drop feces. So, but contaminated equipment, vehicles, egg flats and crates, contaminated clothing and shoes, contaminated feed and water sources. So if there were to be an outbreak, we shut everything down within a radius. We go out, we knock on doors, we do surveillance, we educate people, but the biosecurity coming on and off every vehicle, feed vehicles, neighbors, every vehicle has to be clean and disinfected as it's coming on and off that premises. So low path, let's see, I did that one, didn't I? Okay, so the clinical signs: purple discoloration of wattles, combs, and legs, nasal discharge, coughing, sneezing, incoordination, diarrhea. There's just some pictures. So the differential diagnosis. So I said, one disease looks similar to another, and that's why, without actually having the test, it's virtually impossible to tell what you're dealing with, because Newcastle disease, avian pneumovirus, infectious laryngotracheitis, I'm struggling today, infectious bronchitis, chlamydia, mycoplasma, acute bacterial diseases such as fowl cholera. They all carry similar signs, clinical signs when they're sick. Clinically indistinguishable from Newcastle. Virus isolation, that's when they're doing the testing. Whether they do it oropharyngeal, tracheal, and or cloacal swabs, feces, organ samples, virology and serology necessary for definitive diagnosis at the lab. Samples are collected, blood, serology for antibody tests, and the swabbing for the virus detection. And then they do the PCR, which is when we swab a bird, send that off. And these are the various tests that they use at the lab. And if they find it at a local lab, they confirm the testing by sending those samples off to NVSL in Ames, Iowa, the National Vet Lab, where they do the final testing and genotyping of the virus. So when you send one off, you can get a presumptive positive, which is a non-negative, they call it, result from a local lab such as Breathitt or UK. Breathitt Lab is down in Hopkinsville. It's associated with Murray State University. UK Diagnostic Labs up here in Lexington. And a confirmed positive, non-negative result following a presumptive positive from a National Animal Health Monitoring System laboratory, NAHMS. No treatment. They don't even treat. There are some states or some countries that are working with antibiotics, not antibiotics. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. What do you call it when you get a shot? The COVID. Thank you. But we've not gotten to that point here in the United States. Outbreaks are controlled by eradication. Current strains has not shown any zoonotic potential, so it doesn't spread across species. Other strains of avian influenza have shown zoonotic potential. So the ones we're dealing with have not. Some of those, like I said, they've dealt with in the past over in China have. So the fit testing for PPE is necessary in case strain eventually shows up. So all of us in the office have been tested so we can properly wear whatever type of mask we need to wear, and that we've got the proper biosecurity, Tyvek, all the suits, and respirators and other PPE to minimize effects if strain proves to be zoonotic in the future. So biosecurity, there's that word, and it's extremely important. You want to keep an all-in, all-out philosophy of flock management. That's what these big commercial houses do. I know it's not quite so easy in your backyard flock, but and there is a similar program, just to share, that has recently been started, built on the NPIP program for swine, and it's called SHIP. And we've been working with that for about 2 years now, and it's a swine health improvement plan. And the young lady we have who is the program coordinator for that program, she and I went down to a commercial swine house, and when they talk about all in, all out, we had to shower in, and we walked through the house, and we had to shower back out because we couldn't wear anything. They gave us suits to wear and everything. The employees there, they shower in the morning. They do not leave that facility till they shower out in the afternoon. So protect poultry flocks from coming in contact with migratory birds. Keep poultry away from any source of water that may have been contaminated by wild birds. Permit only essential workers and vehicles to enter the farm. Provide clean clothing and disinfection facilities for employees. Thoroughly clean and disinfect equipment and vehicles, including tires and undercarriage, entering and leaving the farm. Do not loan or borrow equipment or vehicles to or from other farms. Avoid visiting other poultry farms. If you visit another farm, change footwear and clothing before working with your own flock. Do not bring birds from slaughter channels, especially live bird markets, back to the farm. So strict on-farm biosecurity, controlled flock and migratory bird interaction, especially direct contact and contact with ponds, creeks, or other water areas. Quarantine new or returning birds from your flock for at least 30 days, and that's recommended. If you show them and you take them to a show, you bring them back, you want to keep them quarantined for 30 days before you put them in with the rest of the birds. Disease surveillance and monitoring, just keep your eye out to make sure your birds are looking healthy. Control poultry and human movements and interaction, and sterilization and disinfection of facilities, equipment, vehicles, shoes, and clothing. These are various types of disinfection. Most are types that are used in the commercial business. We use Virkon, which is a disinfectant out of our office, but you can also use a mild Clorox bleach solution when you're cleaning out. The one good thing about mycoplasma is if it's a weak, I mean, it's not weak when the bird has it, but it's a weak organism. So if it does not have a host, it's not going to last more than a couple of weeks in the environment. So that's the one good thing about it. It shortens the time for cleaning and disinfecting between an infected flock and one that's you're trying to repopulate with. So out of our office, we do surveillance of NPIP participants at farms and commingling events. We show up to swap meets, we show up to fairs, we do random AI sampling at those places. We do, when possible, because resources are limited, but we try to show up at the fairs. If you are not an NPIP participant, you are supposed to be Pallorum typhoid clean. Again, we can't be everywhere, but we try to get to as many shows and fairs as we can, set up our boxes to take blood samples at the show, so we know that you've got, that you don't have any Pallorum typhoid, Salmonella pallorum in your flock. And when we do that, we give you a sheet that's good for 90 days. So if you're showing up at, say, Franklin County Fair, which is going on right now, and you want to go to the state fair with your birds, or you hang on to that piece of paper that shows you've been tested, then you can go to the state fair with that piece of paper that shows that you're still clean. So we do exhibitions, 4-H FFA, we do outreach as much as we can. Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, they monitor the wild movement of the animals, and that's where a lot of times we'll catch, you know, when we find a wild bird out there that's got avian influenza, they do monitoring on that on the wild birds during the migration season, and they're the ones that started realizing we had a big problem with some of the vultures that were dying off. And one thing I wanted to just say real quick, it wasn't in the slides, but so if you want to be in the program, we show up, we do the biosecurity, we swab the birds for the avian influenza. I mean, that's how we test for that. The Pallorum typhoid is a blood test, and we have what's called a light box, and it's just a plastic box. It's got a clear plastic plate on the top. We will take the blood test on the inside of the wing, right about in there. We take a needle, we prick it, take a drop of blood out, we put it in with some antigen, and if the antigen does not react, then it's clean. I witnessed years ago, I've been with the department since 2007. I was poultry program coordinator for a couple of years, but at a fair, probably 2008 or 9 in Shelby County, we had one pop positive. Sent them back home, quarantined them. 30 days later, we went back thinking it might have been a false positive, because that can happen. This one bird, all by itself, popped positive again. I still don't know what happened. None of the other birds in that flock were, and we're not 100% sure that that's actually what it had, because we just don't see it. But we had no choice under protocol. They had to put that one bird down. So, if you mix the blood in with the antigen and it stays clear, you've got no problem. I was lucky enough, I guess that's a good enough term, to witness that, because I saw exactly what happens. When you mix in the blood of a Pallorum typhoid positive, it will, after about 30 seconds, a minute, it will coagulate, and it'll look like you took sand or salt and sprinkled it on top of the antigen, and it happens pretty quick. So, are there any questions on any of that I can help you with? Going once? All righty, well, yes. So, like if you had a positive flock?
No. If you want to do your research, your own use, eggs, everything else, go right ahead. You don't pass them out to anything else.
I mean, people give them to their neighbors all the time. So, yeah, I think there's a certain number of eggs that you have to produce to even be concerned with, right? You have to produce. Yeah. Yeah, but no, just having a handful of birds for yourself, I mean, all that's perfectly fine. Even if they were to, like I said, even, you know, if we had an MS or MG positive flock and we put it under quarantine for life, no birds on, no birds off, but you could still use that product. We had a lady years back that she had about 60 birds that she put down. She was going to put them in the freezer, but the mussels atrophy when they get this, and by the time she got around to putting them down, there was no breast meat left on them. She was cleaning them and there was just nothing there. She said it wasn't even worth it. I think they ended up cooking them down and feeding them to their dogs is what they ended up doing with it, which to me is still a better solution than just throwing them in the trash. But if you can get some use out of it. But anything else? I would say yes, just so that you know that you've got a clean flock. It's totally voluntary. You don't have to. If you're going to be moving a lot of birds, it's a really good idea to do it. But just for your own, the only benefit this would truly be would be just so you're satisfied. And we have some people who have just pets that are in the program because they just want to make sure that they've got, you know, a healthy flock. Of course, we don't test for everything, but you know, that's we have to get a certain amount of surveillance testing done on these things, just so we can continue to be a plurum-free state. But we get enough of that done between the commercial houses, and we've got approximately 150. Participants in the program, not right now across the state and a lot of these are, you know, we've got some quail producers, we've got some waterfowl producers, people that sell shipping eggs, people, you know, are hatching eggs, people that actually are moving these ornamental birds around, and people, you know, making $1, maybe enough to pay their feed, I don't know, but we do have some quail farms, and all those. They really need to be in the program again, even though it's voluntary, because they would have a hard time moving them without being in the program and being certified and using that shipping, that 9-3 form. Because most states are going to require either that or a certificate of veterinary inspection. And again, good luck finding a vet that's going to do this testing on a bird, so they're just not out there. If you wanted to be part of the program, even though you've got 50 here, 50 there, we have no problem with that. We've got some 20 birds with 15, 20 birds on them, because they like to move them around. They like to show them at the fairs and stuff. They're hobbies, and technically, if they're going to be commingled, they need to be tested. Again, we can't be everywhere. Resources are too limited, but. And that's why we try to show up at various shows and fairs and do the swabbing or the testing there to try to get as many as we can as they're commingling. I mean, if we were going to do it right, we would be at every swap meet, we would be at every fair, we would be testing every bird. But I mean, you know, y'all don't want to pay taxes for all that, so. Anything else? Thank you. I meant to note at the beginning, we have been without a state vet since February 1st, and we just, at the very end of June, finally hired a brand new state vet. His name is Dr. Steve Velasco, came out of Texas, so we now have leadership again. So I meant to introduce him before we started. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Let's give Mr. Thompson a hand. Next, we're going to have Mr. Steve Skelton with Kentucky State University. He's going to discuss with about predators, backyard flocks, and some different demos. Please give our undivided attention to Mr. Skelton.
I guess you'd say I'm the poultry specialist here at Kentucky State University. My main job is managing the mobile processing unit here at the farm. If anybody's interested, we're going to have a training class sometime in September in order to be able to get a facility ID number to operate the NPU. So if you would like to get that number, send me an email, Stephen.Skelton@KYSU, and I'll get you on the mailing list. It's an all-day training. First part of it is classroom-style training. The second part of it is actual hands-on processing. You have to do both steps of it in order to get a facility ID number. What I'm going to talk to you about is predators, and then I've got some demos outside and some fencings outside. As you've seen in the pictures that Andre Barbour had of the hoop pens that we build, I don't use any type of chicken wire. I use galvanized wire. That's going to make it harder for the predator to get into them. Even though he had one pen that something did get into, you know, it does happen, but it's a lot less likely than if you just use chicken wire. Something I use here at my house is dog-proof traps. Now, there's two different kinds of dog-proof traps. There's one called a push-pull, and there's one that's called just a pull trap. Push-pull will catch cats, possums, skunks, and raccoons. If you've got cats, I don't recommend it. But like I said, it's a push-pull. And what they do, you put a marshmallow underneath the trigger that's in here, and I always put a golf ball on top of mine to keep field mice out because they'll get in there and raise their traps. But this one here is a push-pull. If I can get it hooked in there. And what it does, when he reaches in there and he pulls up on that to get to that marshmallow where they got that ambidextrous paw, this comes back and catches their leg in there and holds him. Now, you don't want to attach this to your pen. You want it out away from your pen just a little bit, because if he's attached to that pen, he's going to tear your pen all to pieces. If you've got cats, this is the one I recommend. My wife has 3 cats at home, so I'm definitely going to use this. But this one is just a pull, same principle. You put the marshmallow down underneath the trigger, sets it. Well, this board keeps breaking. Can't get to go off, board keeps breaking. Anyway, it's the same principle, but it's basically a pull only. So they get in there and they try to get that marshmallow and they work their paws and they pull it out. Now, regardless whether you catch an animal like that or you just see one there at your place, never shoot it in the head, because if there's something wrong with that animal and you shoot it in the head, if it's got rabies, you're going to spread that rabies bacteria everywhere. Anything can pick up on it. Always shoot them right behind the front shoulder, right in the lungs. It's a little bit slower death, but it comes, it'll come pretty quick. It's not going to suffer much. And then always use gloves to get rid of it. Now, if you catch one, whether you catch a coon, a skunk, a possum, whatever, if you catch it in a live trap, you cannot just take it somewhere and turn it loose. That is against the law. If Fish and Wildlife catches you doing that, they're going to fine you. You have to have written permission from the landowner to turn that animal loose. The University of Illinois did a study on raccoons, and you had to take that raccoon at least 5 miles away from your home, or he's going to beat you back to the house. He's going to be there eating your chickens or your eggs before you get back home. So always take them at least 5 miles away or whatever. But why would you want to take your problem and give it to somebody else? Just go ahead and dispatch it and put it in a trash bag, put it in your trash pickup, or throw it in a brush pile, whatever, but just don't give it to somebody else's problem. Raccoons, when they get in your chickens, they're going to eat the head and usually the breast. A skunk will eat their heads and part of their neck, and a possum will always go toward the rear end. Dogs, when they get into your flock, all they're going to do is they want to kill the birds and have fun. All they want to do is just kill them, and then they're going to leave them. A fox, if a fox gets in them, he's going to run in, and you're going to find a big puff of feathers on the ground. He's going to get that bird, and he's going to take off with it. He's not going to bother to get there. He's going to take it off. And you might see a little trail, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a big puff. What we have the most problem with here on this research farm is owls at night. And all my chickens go in the barn down here, they go up on a roost, but I was losing chickens last year and I couldn't figure out what was doing it, so I put a trail camera in there. The owl was flying to the door, he would walk in the door and then get in there and kill chickens, and you could always tell it was an owl because in their back, where they get them with their talons, they just rip their back up. And some of them they didn't even completely kill before they would grab another one, and then I would have to dispatch them. But 9 times out of 10, when they grab him in that back, they're going to go for his head and start ripping his head off. But your worst predator is your dog or your neighbor's dog. Just because you got that dog there, and when you're there, it don't do nothing. When you're gone away from there, don't think it ain't in mischievousness, because it is. I have a red heeler at home, and when I'm there, she's the best dog around my rabbits, my chickens, my cat, my ponies, cattle, everything. She's best. But if you turn your back on her, she's out there trying to chase the pony or chase a horse, or she's always into something. So when I'm gone, I put her in a kennel. When I'm there, she runs free. The neighbor's cat or your cat, he's not going to attack the big chickens. He's going to get your young little chickens. He's going to kill them, run off with them. And a chicken will eat the eggs. And what they'll do is they'll cut a hole right in the bottom of the egg. They'll chew a hole in it, and they'll suck that yolk and everything out pretty much like a possum will. I don't know if any of you have problems with snakes at home, but if you do, you can take an egg and knock a little hole in the end of it and get that yolk and the white out of it, fill it up with just regular table salt, put your little piece of tape on the end and mark that egg, and lay them in your nest boxes. And what happens, that snake will come in there, he'll get that egg, and when he takes it down his body and he crushes that egg, that salt suffocates him. Now here lately on YouTube, I've seen people catching snakes and taking them back to the woods and turning them loose. My thing is they're going to come back. He's done had my eggs once, I'm not going to let him get them twice. 2 years ago, I had a bunch of quail hanging in cages, and I went in there to feed them one evening, and there was a big black snake in one of my cages, and he couldn't get out because he had eat 5 adult quail and was trying to get out the top. They was down in his body. So I went back in my tool room, come out with a corn knife, and ended his history. So, but you just don't want to give somebody else your problem, so take care of it. And back to the boilers and everything, or any chicken, you don't have to buy everything brand new. You don't have to buy brand new water, brand new feeders. You can make them, as I've got some demos out here I'll show you. The feeders and water I have out here are right at $30 a piece. And then I've made feeders for like $2, and I made waters, I think $6 a piece. And they do just as good, if not better. I've also got a nesting box with roll-out trays that I made. I've got instructions on how to make them out on the table. And then I've got a chicken trap. And what that does, if you've got hens and you've got a mixed age of chickens and you don't know which ones are laying eggs and which ones are, you set this, the chickens that are laying eggs will go in there to lay an egg, and the trap door will come down and catch it. Well, when you take that chicken out, put a colored zip tie on it, turn that chicken loose, and then after you've done it a good while, the ones that don't have the leg bands on them, you know are not the ones that are laying eggs, so it's time for them to go. As expensive as feed is, you don't want to keep feeding the ones that aren't paying their way through. The poultry netting out here is Premier 1. The finch charger that I had to show you is Premier 1. You know, Premier 1's all right, but I like the Gallagher solar-powered finch chargers a whole lot better. This is a Premier 1 solar-powered, but I like the Gallagher a lot better. And the main thing about the poultry netting, the tighter you keep it, the better it's going to operate for your chickens, keeping them in and keeping the predators out. Now the poultry netting, it doesn't deter turkey. Turkeys are crowded, walk it over and just keep on going. The electric fence doesn't bother them or anything, but chickens, it will deter them. We come in from the state fair a couple years ago and we had a field set up with the poultry netting, and there was a possum. We sat there and watched him. He'd go up that netting, he'd get zapped, and he'd go down about another 5-10 feet, and then he'd try to get in again, he'd get zapped, and he just kept right on going until he's most of the way around it. So, I mean, it does work. So it's a good investment. It's easy to move. You can let your flock out free range. I don't know if Miss Haffey and them use it or not. I know Andre Barbour does because I give him a couple rows of it. But it's a good thing to use. You can use it for sheep. You can use it for goats, cattle, anything. But it's got different size stay in the fence. The small stay, I recommend you buy that, and that way you can use it for every type of species you got, and it'll hold in a 3-week-old broiler. The hoop pens that Andre had pictures of, I got that idea from a gentleman out of South Dakota. They was actually bigger than what I built. They were 12 by 12, and they was about, I don't know, about 42 inches off the ground, I believe, best I can remember. But it was like a Salatin pen. Whenever you had to catch your chickens or whatever, you had to get down on the ground to catch them, had to keep moving them or whatever to catch your chickens. So I'm 6'2", so I just kept building a frame and pulling it in and measuring until finally I come up to where I could walk in there without hitting the top of my head. This structure is 8 foot wide one way and 104 inches the other way. Now that's what it used to be when cattle panels, when I first started building these 15 years ago. Cattle panels are not as tall or wide as they used to be, so you need to measure your cattle panels and measure the distance accordingly. It takes you about $250 now to build the cattle panel or the hoop house with the material and everything like we do now. I've got CD discs down in my office if anybody would like one. I know the lady back there asked about one, so I'll be glad to get you one if you need one. Jessica Lopez and her family, they use them. Angel Wheels, her family uses them. Andre Barbour uses them. I've got a lot. I've give out a lot of those pens throughout the state. Worked with 2 big veteran groups in eastern Kentucky. I did 2 classes up there, 20 to each class, and they all use them. They really like them, so they're a good thing to have. I've got one sitting down there in my field. Was the very first one I built about 18 years ago. And as long as in the wintertime, if you put it up on blocks of wood or something like that, it'll last you forever. We don't use any treated wood on any of them because I don't know if somebody's organic or tradition, too organic or whatever, so we just use plain wood. You'll see videos where people put pieces of plastic on the bottom of them to make them slide better. That just holds in moisture and makes them rot a whole lot quicker. You're moving them all the time, so they stay pretty dry during the summertime, but in the winter months, you need to get them up off the ground. As Andre said, they're a one-person thing to move. If you got somebody back up and screw your chickens forward, you can just pull the rope and move them right on the head, and it really works well. So if y'all want to go out and go around to the next room, I've got my displays and demos over there, and at the end of it, I've got a question and answer sheet I need y'all's input on to find out what you thought about this program and what other ideas you have or what you want me to provide you with next year. I'm here to serve you, so I need your ideas and your input. And then at the end of it, when you fill out that sheet and you hand it back to me, I'm going to give you a raffle ticket. And at the end of it, we're going to raffle for the new feeder and the new water I got over there.